Where is Bonnie? Where?
Bonnie.
I don't.
Good evening. Sorry we're late. We'll call this meeting to order. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and its citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves in the same courtesy towards both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed at each meeting. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions during the meeting. We'll get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight, during our moment of silence, I'd like to remember John Blackfeathers Jeffries. As a community leader, a storyteller, an educator, an advocate of our past and future, and for many of us, a friend. Thoughts and sympathies are with his family, loved ones, and the Okanichi Band of the Saponi Nation members during this difficult time. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll get started tonight with the recognitions. Dr. Felder?
Sure. Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Purcell, to our board members, staff, and special guests. We welcome you. Tonight, we have several exciting recognitions, and we will start off by honoring and elevating student voice. For our first recognition, it is my privilege to introduce John Williams IV, a student at Gravelly Hill Middle School. John, oh, there he is. Come on down, John. John was the middle school winner of the Oratorical contest for this year's 28th annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commemorative Celebration, which was hosted on January 16th at the Mount Zion AME Church in Hillsborough. So at this time, we welcome Mr. John Williams to the podium, where he will share his award-winning speech on the topic of imagining the dream fulfilled. Mr. Williams.
Dr. Felder, OCS school board members, and OCS community, thank you for this opportunity to say my speech. Imagining the Dream Fulfilled. On August 28, 1963, during the March on Washington, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his famous I Have a Dream speech, calling for economic and civil rights for all and for an end to racism in America. If I were to imagine Dr. King's dream fulfilled today, I believe we would see peaceful disagreements and protest. We would see truly equal rights and opportunities for all. We would also see people who come to America seeking refuge being fully supported with guidance and help. Dr. King believed in and demonstrated peaceful protest. Over the past few years, we have come to know more extremist groups than we have ever known before. Gone are the days of working in secret and hiding identities. Members of these groups live boldly and out loud, proud of who they are and what they believe. Gatherings meant to show unity, proclaim the value of Black lives, champion women's rights, and celebrate love are often met with counter-protests that encourage division, become aggressive, and sometimes result in outright and unnecessary violence. Dr. King said, "We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence." He understood there would be people who disagreed, but he believed in the importance of disagreeing in a civilized manner. To borrow from Dr. King, those who disagree should not seek to satisfy their thirst to be heard by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. If I were to imagine Dr. King's dream fulfilled, I believe radicalized groups would not be as prevalent in society as they are today. More people would be understanding and inclusive, so hate groups would have no platform, no members, and no place in our world. In his famous speech, Dr. King referenced the Emancipation Proclamation that decreed the freedom of Black people from slavery. However, he noted, but 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. Likewise, 54 years after his death, we are still protesting for some of the same causes and rights for which the movement was fighting in 1968. If I were to imagine the dream fulfilled, I believe women would not only have equal pay and opportunities in the workplace, but also true reproductive autonomy and the rights protected by law. In the dream fulfilled, people would have the right to date, love, and marry whomever they wanted, again, protected by law. I would imagine Black and brown people would genuinely have equal access for opportunities for success, and that the criminal justice system would be restructured so that it no longer targets people of color, and that we'd all have the basic right of our lives to have value, to matter. In imagining the dream fulfilled, the lives of children would never be jeopardized or taken while simply seeking an education or playing in their neighborhoods. To paraphrase Dr. King in imagining the dream fulfilled, America would not have defaulted on the promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. The promise would have been kept, and we would be living on the interest of that cash check today. In his speech, Dr. King acknowledged that his dream was deeply rooted in the American dream. The quote-unquote American dream was founded on the idea that this land is a place of freedom and opportunity, a place where those seeking to flee war, crime, and crippling poverty can find refuge and a chance to change their lives and the lives of their children. Because of the belief in this concept, every day there are families who leave their native lands and risk their lives to achieve this dream. In imagining Dr. King's dream fulfilled, I believe all families who flee to America, especially those from Black and brown homelands, would find open arms ready to help them recover from the chaos they're fleeing instead of detention, separation, isolation, and the staggering disappointment that the dream was based on false hope. Instead, they would find clear systems of support ready to help them find resources as they are guided through the process of seeking asylum and/or citizenship. As Dr. King said, now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. So let's recapture what we would see if I was imagining Dr. King's dream fulfilled. We would see the elimination of hate groups and demonstrate civility and discipline even in the midst of disagreements. We would see true equality among all races, ethnicities, identities, and religions. We would see equal pay, equal access to opportunities, and equal rights and the protections afforded by our laws. When imagining the dream fulfilled, we would see a world in which we had truly addressed the inequalities and inequities of systemic racism that Dr. King fought to eliminate. As Dr. King said, now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. That is my speech. Thank you for once again, thank you for this opportunity to present it.
Mr. Williams, your speech was amazing. when you presented it last month, and it was just as amazing today. Thank you so very much. We're very proud of you. All right, so we're off to the next recognition. So this week, February 6th through the 10th, is National School Counseling Week. It is an opportunity to focus public attention on the unique contributions of our school counselors in school systems across the nation. Sponsored by the American School Counselor Association, this celebration highlights the tremendous impact school counselors can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for life after high school. This occasion is always celebrated the first full week in February, which is where we are, and this year's theme is School Counselors, Helping Students Dream Big. I would like to ask Dr. Jessica Andrea, our Director of Student Achievement and Engagement and Support Services, to offer a short word on behalf of our amazing team of school counselors. Dr. Andrea.
Good evening. National School Counseling Week, which is one of my favorite weeks as I am a school counselor by trade, is observed annually during the first week of February each year. The week, sponsored by the American School Counselor Association, or ASCA, highlights the unique contribution of school counselors within United States school systems and the tremendous impact they can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for a career. Orange County Schools is fortunate to have 24 talented, hardworking, fabulous, and overall amazing school counselors who work tirelessly every day to provide services, education, protection, advocacy, and guidance to students, parents, and school staff. Tonight, we want to recognize their continued efforts to make sure our students are college and career ready, and to say a huge thank you to each and every one of them for their dedication to students and families of Orange County Schools. We also want to give a thank you to our board, Dr. Felder, our cabinet members, and district and school leadership for your continued support of the work that our school counselors do. On behalf of myself and the Student Engagement and Equity Support Team, we honor our school counselors today, this week, and every day. Happy National School Counseling Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrea. And there's more. So February is, waiting for the slide to change, there we go, is National Love the Bus Month. And tonight, we have many of our bus drivers and members of our transportation team joining us for this recognition and celebration. So if our bus drivers and transportation team would stand and come on down. Yep, you can all squeeze up front, please. Yeah. Yes. Oh, so good to see so many of you. Thanks for coming out tonight. Well, folks, if you didn't know, since 2007, the American School Bus Council has celebrated the school bus influence on learning through stories that span the nation. Each February, students, schools, and educators highlight the important role of the yellow school bus in their communities and show love and appreciation for their school bus drivers. Governor Cooper also proclaimed February 14th through 18th as School Bus Driver Appreciation Week. Every day in North Carolina, over 13,000 yellow school buses carry more than 790,000 students safely to and from school. Bus drivers are often unsung heroes. They are often the first person a child sees before going to school and the last smiling face they see when they're dropped off back at home. Here in Orange County Schools, we have a total of 60 yellow buses that transport more than 3,900 students every day. 3,900 students every day you transport. We are exceedingly proud that we have a driver for every bus. That's a huge accomplishment. And our fantastic fleet covers nearly 5,300 miles of roads and highways every single day. Yeah. Our 60 bus drivers serve in a key role, often setting the tone first thing in the morning for bus riders for the whole day. You set our students' day off right. They work demanding hours and are often up well before dawn, enduring challenging and unpredictable driving conditions, all while making sure kids get to school safely and on time. And the entire transportation team of 40, so 60 drivers plus the 40 other transportation team, it's a total of around 100, is right here supporting the fleet from the time the first bus hits the road in the morning, well into the evening until the last bus is parked. We cannot thank you all enough for the services you provide each and every day to our students. They each bring dedication and grace under pressure to the job every day, and we are so glad that so many of our bus drivers are out tonight to be recognized. So let's give them another round of applause. It's chomping at the bit, so Director Larry, please come on forward and please share your remarks as well. Mr. Larry Albert, Director of the Department of Transportation.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Dr. Felder.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Board. Dr. Felder. I'm truly humbled and gracious to be able to stand here and just say that anything that I've done in life, to be able to stand here in front of these people, these are my family. This is a brother and sisterhood that we have here. The adversity that we have overcome in the last couple of years, they have made it look easy, but it has not been. The support staff, the technicians, these drivers, I mean, everybody has jumped in and done everything that they needed to do and then some to make sure that we never had to make that call and say that we had to cancel a route. So we have done something that a lot of districts in this state or across the nation has had to do with. We have not made that phone call. So the adversity, the dedication, I mean, the hard work that these people put forth each and every day for Orange County students is, I mean, it's just so humbling, so humbling. And lastly, I mean, I could stand up here all night and talk about this group. The ones that are here, thank you so much for coming. The ones that didn't come, you know, they had other things. I was trying to break a record of attendance for a board meeting, but maybe next time. But lastly, I would like to thank y'all, because without y'all's support, we couldn't do what we do. And so I thank you all as well. So good job, guys. Can we get a picture with y'all? Yeah.
You can sit right up here.
Let me get in the back, so, can y'all make this quick? Come on.
Y'all are beautiful. On the count of three. 1, 2. That's right. Masks down if you want. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. So next, Yes, thank you. So Black History Month is more than a month. But to be honest, it also began as just a week. In 1926, pioneering historian Carter G. Woodson sent out a press release announcing Negro History Week. And so it began. The dates were chosen to expand on the well-known figures of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, two individuals who helped to shape Black history and whose birthdays were celebrated just 2 days apart. But instead of focusing on great figures, Carter Woodson spent decades bringing to light the brilliance of countless Black people throughout human civilization and history. With that purpose in mind, he imagined that one day, all the hype and celebrations, weeks, months, even years, would eventually disappear. He worked to ensure that everyone would appreciate the vital contributions to history by Black people here and across the world, every day, all year long. Since we are still working towards that vision, we're not there yet, we invite you to join Orange County Schools in making this month an intentional time to build up community and take a joyful and serious look at Black history. In our classrooms and libraries, our students and educators are engaging with stories and how they are told. This is one of the most important things we can do. For instance, in 1969, the Apollo astronauts were awarded the Hubbard Medal by the National Geographic Society for walking on the moon. In August 2020, Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett changed the world forever thanks to her work creating the COVID vaccine. And in October of 2020, Katherine Johnson, you know, from the movie Hidden Figures, was finally awarded the same Hubbard Medal on behalf of herself and for the team of 3 human computers, all Black women, who had the right stuff to get humanity to the moon and back again safely. Having lived to see the 50th anniversary of the moon landing in 2019, Johnson died at the age of 101 in February 2020, just 6 months before she received her Hubbard Medal. So, as long as we continue to celebrate Black History Month, we intend to spend these days elevating the voices of individuals, communities, and cultures who have been historically resilient right here in our own neighborhood and wherever they have lived, struggled, and excelled. We invite you to join us in lifting up these stories as well, until this is the way we spend every day of the school year, until we see that we are all interrelated, that we are all caught in the inescapable network of mutuality tied in a single garment of destiny, that we share one history that we are now learning to tell together. Next slide, please. So in this light, we have so many stories to wrestle with, to remember and to celebrate every day. But as we do that, we are not just looking back, we are looking ahead, which is why we want you to join us in celebrating Black History Month Student Expo coming up soon. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. Lee A. Williams II, our Chief Equity Officer, to address the board with some details that I'm sure will get everyone hyped for this brilliant event. Mr. Lee Williams II.
Did you say hype?
I did. And I'll throw in dope.
Yeah, it's dope. It's a board meeting now. So, good evening, everyone. Community members, we will actually ask everyone to come out on February 22nd. This event for our Black History Month is not centered around adults, but actually centered around the voices that will make change and move this nation forward. It is centered around our students. We have students from Orange Middle School coming. We have actually Mr. John Williams will be there bringing a speech for us. We have Orange High School's band. We have the cheerleaders from Aggie, NCA&T. Let me get that right for all the Aggie fans in the house. We have step teams. We have elementary students who are bringing speeches. New Hope's Elementary School is having speeches, having artwork. It's going to be a beautiful night of celebration, of unity, of joy, and of excitement. I don't know what you have planned for February 22nd, but I guarantee you it will not match the love, energy, passion, excitement, and joy that you will have when you join us at Orange High School at 6 p.m. for our night of celebration. What time?
6 p.m.
Where again?
Orange High School.
Auditorium. So you call it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Be there or, okay. We'll be there. All righty, so the next recognition, yeah. So come on down. So Orange County Schools is in the business of transforming lives. But on Thursday, February 2nd, 2 Orange County Schools staff members not only transformed a life, they saved the life of a student at New Hope Elementary School. So at this time, we have before us Miss Andrea Perrone, music teacher at New Hope Elementary School, and Lorenza Eason, our district's custodial supervisor, and Dr. Meredith Mayer, principal of New Hope Elementary School. And they are here because I don't know of anyone who could recount the story of what happened that day better than they can. So Dr. Mayer.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board, Dr. Felder, cabinet, and community members. My name is Dr. Meredith Mayer, and I am standing here in front of you today, very humbled and very proud as the principal of New Hope Elementary School with 2 of the finest people that I know in life. They are wonderful humans, and they quite literally saved a life on Thursday. So this is Miss Andrea Perrone, our music teacher, and Mr. Lorenza Eason, our our supervisor of custodial services. And I'm going to speak just a little bit about them while they stand behind me. And the reason we were giggling on the way up here is because they didn't quite realize that the slide was going to be their faces in a superhero motif. I am exceptionally grateful for all that they have done, and I will tell you the story in just a second. But I called Dr. Felder on the day that it happened, and I couldn't hardly get through the story with her. And I was like, we have to have something for these fine folks, and you will hear why. So on last Thursday, New Hope had a very real situation where these 2 individuals performed life-saving efforts on one of our precious kindergartners. I would love to tell you the story, and to do so, I need to sprinkle in how wonderful these 2 human beings are, as their fundamental goodness is critical to the context to understand how exactly this story unfolded. Ms. Perrone is a former Teacher of the Year for New Hope. She's a leader on our equity team. She serves as our representative on the Superintendent's Roundtable. She is a member of our school improvement team, and she is constantly striving for equity and positive change in our building, centering kids at the heart of all of her work. And her classroom is a safe space for all students, and one that is imprinted with the joy of music. It was during her kindergarten specials time on Thursday afternoon in music that one of our sweet kindergartners removed a hair clip from her own hair and popped it right in her mouth, resulting in a fairly instant and complete airway blockage. If you know anything about first aid, you know that when a child is choking and their airway is completely blocked, no air can pass and they cannot make any noise or speak. And so it is a very silent affair. Ms. Perrone's immaculate supervision and supportive, attentive classroom culture resulted in the quick recognition of what was going on and her instant action. She scooped the child up immediately. She ran with her right outside her door for help, while in fact managing 19 other kindergarten students at the same time. And outside her door, she was met by Mr. Eason and 2 of our custodians who just happened to be right outside of her door at that same time. Mr. Eason instantly reached for the child, laid her across his knee, and delivered 5 life-saving back blows to dislodge the hair clip from her throat. Our custodians radioed immediately for assistance for our nurse in our front office, and Ms. Perrone, meanwhile, was calling 911 back in her classroom while all of this was going on, supporting her classroom full of students still yet, and our support staff arrived very quickly after. So all of that said, let me tell you now a little bit about Mr. Lorenza Eason. Technically, he works for Orange County Schools, But we have always claimed him at New Hope, and we surely are going to continue, and he will never get rid of us now. So I need to speak on the heart of this man for just a moment. The reason that Mr. Eason was even at New Hope on Thursday afternoon is because on Wednesday, I called him to ask him yet another one of my ridiculous questions that he always takes in stride. And it was a very small thing, but the thing about Lo is that he will always answer your call. And so I asked him a question about what might be possible for a building level need on some organizational stuff. I just needed to talk through it with him. And the next day, he was in our building, feeling the need to take care of it completely after that very small question. And so he was at New Hope that day out of the pure kindness of his heart to help us, to help me proactively. And it put him in the exact right place at the exact right time when we needed him the most. So I can honestly say, without exaggeration, that the combined effort of these two individuals are the reason that one of our sweet babies is still alive today. In a situation where many might panic, freeze, or flee, these two leapt into action and they saved a life. And they were able to do so because of the immaculate work that they do each day and the character that they bring to the space they are in each life that they touch. So very gladly and with very much relief, I am happy to report that our sweet Kinder has made a full recovery and is happy and healthy. She was immediately talking and laughing right after. And it is all thanks to these two fine people who rose to action in the face of a very critical emergency, which could have gone a very, very different way. So please join me in applauding all of their efforts and for recognizing them and all they do for Orange County schools.
I'd like to present you with an Employee Excellence Award. We express our heartfelt, deepest thanks for all that you did that day. Your quick thinking, your just putting your skill sets into play did so much to save that child's life, and we thank you immensely. So one for you, and one for you, and then. So thank you so much. Did you have any? Oh gosh. Not really. Okay. Aw.
Right place, right time.
Well, thank you all again. All right, well, that concludes our recognitions for this evening, but I have one more item before, Mr. Atherton, we go to agenda adoption. And so Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Purcell, and members of the board, at this time, I am pleased to offer a public summary of the results of an investigation led by our attorneys into the removal of certain trophies from Orange Middle School in March of 2022. The statement I am about to read will also be posted on our website for anyone interested in this subject who is not here today. We appreciate the members of the community who brought their concerns to our attention and will continue to keep them in mind as we refine our processes for the preservation and maintenance of trophies and awards at each of our schools. And with that, if you will indulge me, I will take a few minutes to read this statement. Statement on removal of trophies from Orange Middle School, Orange County Schools. Orange County Schools attorneys have completed their investigation into the recent removal of various trophies from Orange Middle School. The investigation confirmed that in March 2022, All athletic trophies from the year 2000 onward were removed from the trophy case and made available to school staff to take home with them. The trophies claimed by staff were subsequently recovered and returned to the trophy case, but about 20 to 25 unclaimed trophies were discarded and could not be recovered. The investigation also revealed that some athletic trophies from 2001 and earlier were removed from the trophy case in 2018. These trophies were stored in boxes but ultimately were discarded. The investigation further revealed that certain band trophies were discarded in 2018 during a renovation and mold remediation of the band room. The discarded band trophies were broken, moldy, and/or missing plaques. The investigation did not uncover evidence of any other trophies, plaques, or school artifacts having been removed from Orange Middle School. In particular, the trophy case and architectural plaque from the original school construction remained posted near the school's entrance. The school's Freedom Shrine was temporarily moved to on-site storage for some work that had been planned in an area but never actually occurred. It has since been returned to its original position. The investigation did not reveal any staff misconduct or the violation of any laws or policies associated with the removal of these athletic and band trophies. However, learning about the 2018-2022 incidents has made the Board of Education and Central Office Administration aware of the need for district-wide policy regarding the maintenance and removal of school memorabilia. To that end, the administration and the board's policy committee will be considering policies or procedures or modifications to current policies or procedures to provide specific guidance to staff on these issues. In the meantime, the administration has advised all schools that no school trophies or other school memorabilia are to be removed from any OCS school without written advance approval from central office. OCS is committed to the preservation of school history and appreciates the patience and understanding of the school community as these matters were carefully reviewed. The concerns shared by students, parents, and school alumni have been clearly heard and will help form the basis of clear guidance for all staff going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Felder.
You're welcome.
All right, for agenda adoption, is there any items to pull from consent? All right. Two changes that I'm aware of for the agenda is adding the orange wrestling to the consent agenda for an overnight trip, and then moving the school year 2022-2023 recruitment and marketing plan to next meeting. So with those changes, could we have a motion to approve agenda with those changes?
Motion to approve the agenda with those two changes. Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Next, we have no one signed up for public comment tonight, so that'll move us straight to board comments. Dr. Moore?
No comment.
Okay. Sarah?
Some wonderful recognitions tonight. Congratulations to everyone.
Carrie?
I also wanted to express my condolences to Chief John Jeffrey's family. He really was a longtime educator in our community. I appreciate the many times I was able to hear him tell history and his passion for sharing it with people. And I especially appreciated the speech and history shared by John Williams this evening.
Excellent. Bonnie?
Sure, I will echo that. It looks like Mr. Williams is gone, but I've seen his speech 3 times now, and it gets better every time. And I will tell you, if you saw the original oratorical contest, it was pretty competitive, and I think it would be tough for any of us to do, but he just did it really well, and every time that speech gets better, I hope he'll keep speaking. I will send a note over. I also did want to add my personal condolences to the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation and the Jeffries family on the loss of Chief Blackfeather. The loss of John's voice leaves a profound void in our community. I will miss him, so thank you.
Yes, I just want to say to all the recognitions that we had, Mr. Williams, and the school counselors, school bus drivers, and recognition to the lifesavers, Ms. Perrone and Mr. Eason. They are angels. But those were some wonderful recognitions, and definitely I want to send condolences to the Jeffries family. John Jeffries was a distant family member to myself. His father was my great-grandmother's nephew, but his father also played a little Black history. His father played baseball with my grandfather here in Hillsborough with the old Negro Baseball League here. And so he was a fraternity brother as well, and he was always grateful to share a lot of town history with anybody who he ran across. So.
I would also like to echo a big thank you tonight for everyone who came and is recognized. It's very humbling for us to see all these people being recognized for all their hard work in Orange County schools. I look forward to seeing these young people sitting right here as they do their presentation too. John Williams did an outstanding job. I know they're going to do an outstanding job in what they do here in just a few minutes. So it's always so nice to see people recognized that work for the school system for their hard labors and all that they do above and beyond actually what their job description is most every day. And I too send my condolences to the Jeffries family. I have had their children in school. I knew Lynette for a long, long time, and always enjoyed talking to the Jeffries family because they are so full of history. It is, you learn more history talking to them than you do anybody else. So my condolences to them as well. Thank you.
All right. I echo what everybody has been saying with the recognitions tonight. It's wonderful to hear, wonderful to see everybody out, and to hear more about all the amazing work and life-saving that's going on in our schools. Also, John Blackfeather Jeffries was just an amazing person, and I got the privilege to hear many stories and just an amazing person, and I agree. And just listening to him, I learned more listening to him than I would in any book or any place. But just condolences to the family. All right. We'll move. Can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Consent is approved. And we'll go to our first work session item, where we'll learn more about the Hedgehogs project.
Dr. Felder's graciously allowed me to introduce this team because, as Ms. Doyle and some others might know, I've been following them like a hawk. Mr. Atherton, Ms. Purcell, Dr. Felder, board, they don't need an introduction, but I'm so grateful that that I've come along in my own personal journey here in Orange County Schools. I came along just as their story was really kind of settling down. Right, I came in the summertime, and you have this state champion. They're going off to Worlds. It's been so exciting to see that this story has an echo. And I'm going to get out of the way, right? Because it was a lot of fun to watch them receive the new problem for this year and watch them kind of launch in. And from what I understand, they're busy like 13 days a week right now, getting ready for, nonstop. It used to be just Thursday nights, and now it's like Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, a little bit. Some of the team members are putting in 5 hours a day until this thing gets solved. in the middle of all of that, we're going to hear about a service project. Cheryl Mitchell, thank you for sharing this with us.
Board Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Purcell, members of the school board, Dr. Felder, and members of the cabinet and the Orange County community. We are Team 587 from Hillsborough, North Carolina, and we graciously accept. That's our lingo that we use when we're selected to a alliance when we compete, and that's kind of what I want to do here tonight. What we would like to do is we would like to share with you our mobility device that we have created based on some information that we received when we were at Worlds. So as Mr. Smith mentioned, we went to the World Championships last year to compete on behalf of Orange County Schools. And we saw a project that was presented during one of the intermissions by another team out west, where they had taken a power ride-on toy and transferred it into a power device that could be used for a student who needed some mobility assistance. And we brought that idea back here to our team 587 and presented it as an off-season project and said this would be a perfect way for us to give back to the community that has so generously supported us, as well as provide a service to some folks who might need something to help them with their mobility. So the team jumped right on board with this project, and they started brainstorming and prototyping just like they would do to build a robot. And so this is kind of a miniature robot that we're presenting to you tonight. We would like to work with our equity team. So over here, we would like to work together with the equity team to help select some students in Orange County schools that would be in need of this device to help them to be able to be more mobile in their community. And we want to say thank you and present it kind of as like showing to you, the board, just to say thank you for your support of Team 587. Thank you for your support of STEM education and robotics in Orange County. Thank you for your support of the Engineering Academy that is at Orange, that some of these people are a part of. And now I would like to turn it over to Murillo and Owen. They are going to demonstrate for you the chair, the mobility device. They're going to demonstrate the mobility device for you. They're going to show you the inner workings. They took a ride-on toy through the work of some donors' choose money that we received and a generous donation from an anonymous donor that some of the students wrote a grant for. And they have built this device, and I'm going to let them model it and demonstrate it for you.
Oh, it is my honor to present our mobility device in front of you. So to start off, we had to work with many medical professionals and student models to be able to get the right needs, provide comfort and efficiency with this device to all students who will utilize it. The functions of this device provide a comfortable seat along with a customizable joystick. At first, this chair came with 2 different joysticks, but we believe this would be far too difficult for some students to maneuver. So we coded and changed the device's hardware from the inside of it. You can actually So we added all our customizable hardware. We have some moduled with modulators to control our motor controllers. We kept the motors for this device because they were very low speed and they're safe for students to drive on, and they were efficient. We have microcontrollers such as Arduino micros, and of course our batteries, and our customizable joystick, which is provided with a carbon fiber material, which is a resistance material in case a student does hit this against a wall. This will not break, and it will keep resistance for a long time of usage. We also have emergency switches in case of emergency on the back, and we also have switches from the front just to prevent any safety hazards from happening to the students. To have this project done, we had student models come in and try out the chair for themselves, and so then we could further implement and improve the device as we went along. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Thank you.
can I just, are we, is it now a good time for, oh, there's
He was going to
more
do a
presentation. Okay, great.
So we
great.
have
Okay.
9 different movement abilities for students right now. We have a forward, a backwards, a rotating left, a rotating right, and we also have some diagonals that kind of go in a cube root formula of a graph. And of course, we have the no movement in case they want to stay stationary. And all of those are pretty easy to move. It's just depending on which direction the student's facing and which direction they wish to go.
So we have built 2 of these devices. We brought one of them to show you tonight. The other one is back at Orange High School, and we will be working on finalizing those and then working with the equity team to help give these out to our community. Any questions about the project?
Sarah?
It's not a question. It's just, I don't think it was done yet when I came to the open house, or maybe it was, but I saw an early version as we talked a little bit about it. And I just am so grateful to you all for taking these amazing skills you're developing through the robotics program and finding ways to be of service to other people. That's just really special. So congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, one of the tenets of FIRST is we're more than just robots.
Others?
Thank you for your presentation tonight, Ms. Mitchell and Murillo and Owen. And this is just one more example of how driven by inclusivity, FIRST robotics and the Hedgehogs are. And so I thank you for example to our school district.
Dr. Moore?
Thank you. Working hard together as a team with one vision truly wins in the end. This is excellent work. Your hard work has truly paid off, and congratulations. This is excellent.
Any other comments?
I want to say this is fantastic. Thank you so much.
And I would just like to add, it's fantastic to see this and giving back to the community. One other thing that has always amazed me at the competitions is not so much that it is competitive, but more collaborative. And I think that's what a lot of people don't realize at these competitions, where y'all will take parts out of your own equipment that you may need to help somebody. And that's amazing. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
I think Connie Crimmins, our Director of Special Education, is online. So she's waving at us. Thank you, Connie, for your support. I work in her department for Orange County Schools.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Appreciate all that you do to support the students and the Hedgehogs.
So in addition, we'd like to throw a special shout out to Whitney Malibu. She is our district physical therapist. She helped us in consulting with us on this project, as well as to our anonymous donors who are watching online. Thank you so much for your generous gift to the team that helped us to be able to create this device, as well as is going to be used for our robot build for the year. And good luck, Hedgehogs. We compete the first weekend in March in Asheville.
All right.
Good luck.
Good luck. All right. Next on our working session, we have a discussion with Chief Justice Cabe, who's in the audience now. Thank you so much for taking your time tonight to spend with us.
Oh, excuse me. Good evening once more. Tonight, we will be hearing from Chief District Court Judge Samantha Cabe, Program and Special Projects Manager Pamela Wyden, and joining us via Zoom, our Student Community Support Liaison Lateef Mitchell are here to share information about the Student Community Support Liaison position shared by Orange and Chatham County's court system, as well as information about the School Justice Partnership Initiative.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Felder. Thank you, board, for the invitation tonight to come speak to you. We have a three-part presentation. It's not very long, but we did divide the topics. Pam Wyden is going to hand out a handout that I created just with some basic statistics that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our justice-involved youth. I'm going to share with you some of the statistics that the Department of Juvenile Justice has recently shared with me about who our students are who are court-involved in Orange County. After I do that, Lateef Mitchell is going to talk to you a little bit about what he does to help our justice-involved youth, our at-risk youth within the school system, and some of the issues that he's identified specifically and are working on. And finally, Pamela Wyden will be talking with you a little bit about the history of school justice partnerships and what we're hoping to put into place in Orange County. We now have a school justice partnership in place in our Carrboro Chapel Hill City Schools as well as Chatham County Schools. And I appreciate the time of Dr. Felder, who came to my office one day last year, I believe it was, and we had a discussion about that and other things. And Chair Atherton also reached out to me, and I've talked to him a little bit about these things. But I think it's important that we share with all of you kind of what we see in the court system. There's so much overlap in the children we see, as well as the challenges that we see in many children's lives, both in the school system and the court system. And we don't always see them in juvenile justice. We see them in other areas of court when their parents are going through a divorce or the Department of Social Services involved. We see lots of families in court, and we know they're all also part of your school community. So I think we have a lot different perspectives on a lot of the same groups of people. So we just want to share a little bit about what we're seeing, what the needs are, and what we're doing as a court system, and potentially identifying if you all have any questions of ways that you might can help address some of these things. So what I've handed you is kind of a little summary, and I started with some definitions because not everybody is super familiar with the language of the court system. And these definitions are really important in understanding what the statistics mean. So as I talk about them, about the statistics, I may refer back to those definitions. First of all, I want to share with you all a little bit about the school. I know in the juvenile justice system, we have complaints that come into the Department of Juvenile Justice, and they come from all different places. The schools are just one of them. And I know everyone is interested in the school's role and how many referrals they have. Our schools do an excellent job of really helping to keep children out of our criminal justice system. Unfortunately, we still have some children that are there. And what I want to say is you're going to notice a really small number come from the schools. But what I want to emphasize is that the majority of the children in our juvenile justice system are students in our schools. So they can still benefit from the assistance, the support that our schools provide them. First of all, I want to start out by saying there were 308 complaints submitted to juvenile justice for the calendar year 2022. And these numbers aren't going to match up exactly because some statistics were calendar year and some were school year. But calendar year, 308 complaints, and that involved 109 different kiddos. So one kid might have multiple complaints, but we're talking about 109 kids. Out of the 308 complaints, 82 of them came from the schools. That's 26%. And 82 sounds like a big number. And by the way, these are combined Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools and Orange County Schools because we get the county number as a whole. But 82 sounds like a lot. But our Department of Juvenile Justice also does an excellent job of diverting and just closing some of the complaints that they get. So it all boiled down to, for the school year 21-22, there were 27 school-based complaints involving 20 juveniles. Only 8 of those were approved for court action. And there are some serious crimes that are mandatory. They have to go to court action. And some of them are discretionary. They can go to diversion. But 8 of them were approved for court action. All other complaints were either diverted or closed. 12 of those were diverted, 7 were closed. In 2023, there were 54 school-based complaints involving 24 different juveniles. 6 of those were approved for court action. The 6 approved complaints involved 3 juveniles. All other complaints were diverted, 21, or closed, 20 cases. Now, there was a jump. You might notice that in the 2 school years. Vaping. Vaping is a big problem. I've talked to juvenile justice and some members in our school community, and it is an issue. And the issue is what's in them, and nobody knows. And so sometimes it's under the tobacco policies, sometimes it's under the drug policies, and sometimes nobody knows. And a lot of those times, things could be suspected, but without the actual testing of substances, it can't ever become a court case. And so that's really an area that I know the schools are struggling with it. The juvenile justice system is struggling with it. But I think in talking to our chief court counselor, that accounts for a lot of the jump in complaints, but not really a huge jump in outcomes. Want to give you 3 categories and a few statistics about who are our justice involved youth. What are their demographics? I put these into 3 big categories, and the first I want you to know is it was striking to me in reviewing these statistics with our chief court counselor what difficult lives a lot of these children live. 13% of them, and when I say court involved, I don't mean just the ones who ended up, or justice involved, or not the ones that ended up in court, but any child that had a complaint made to juvenile justice. So we're talking about the 308, not the 8. 13% have been kicked out of their homes. 31% had run away. 25% had family members with alcohol or substance use disorder. 25% had family members with mental health disorders. And I'm sorry, I get emotional when I think about these kids. Only 23% of these kids live with a parent. We have a large percentage in foster care, as well as living with family members or family friends. Second of all, these youth are really struggling in school and in social circles. Only 40% of them attend school regularly. We all know, I know the schools are really battling with truancy issues, especially coming out of COVID. It's just been a huge struggle for the schools and for our students to get back in the swing of things, to feel comfortable at school again. But getting kids to school is really important. There's a strong correlation of kids that don't go to school and kids that end up in our criminal justice system. 50% of our justice involved youth are failing. %, are not involved in any school activities. 23% reported they have no friends. And 34% have reported being victims of bullying or physical assault. Now, I tell you all of this. I have one more category. Youth who use drugs and/or alcohol. 42% of justice-involved youth have used drugs or alcohol. The biggest statistic out of this group, out of this that stands out at me, 92% of those kids that have used drugs and alcohol reported their first use occurring by the age of 15. So we're looking at middle school. 11% said they first used drugs or alcohol under the age of 12. So we're talking late elementary school, thank you very much, and middle school are the kids that we need to be reaching out to and can identify as being potentially part of our criminal justice system. Now, I'm all emotional and sad about this. I'm going to pass it off to Lateef Mitchell, who really is a bright spot. I think anybody who's worked with him knows the heart he has for these kids, how much he gives it his all. He has done such good work mentoring these children, helping them in school, helping connect them with different services, and just being a loving adult in their lives. And he's going to talk a little bit about the needs he's identified and what we're doing about that. So I did the sad stuff. He's going to do the good stuff that's going on to address some of these problems. And I didn't mean to bring you all down, doom and gloom after such a great program tonight, but I think it's very important to understand that we have a lot of kids struggling in our schools. And I know you know that intellectually, but seeing it and looking at the numbers is another thing. So I'm going to turn it over to Lateef, who I think is on the video, and congratulate him on being a new dad. So thank you, Lateef.
All right. Thank you, Judge Cabe. I do want to say I'm just appreciative of your passion as well. And I think it just says a lot how much we care about the population that we work with. Thank you all for having me here today. I will say a little bit about my role. As a student community support liaison, my role does see me work with at-risk students within the school system. I go into the school system, let me back up. I get referrals from the school system, and then I try and meet and work with the families that are in front of me. I also work with juvenile justice involved youth, trying to be an advocate, but also someone who can keep them from going into juvenile justice or help them get out of the situation that they're in. I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time, so I will go into talking about some of the things that I am seeing in the school when working with young students, and some of the things that are being done to help those young students. And so one of the first things that I did want to speak about was seeing the mental health go up and down in school. As we know that COVID was a big deal. COVID was a mental health crisis within itself. And we have a lot of students who they haven't even recovered, or there was other things that happened during COVID, and they're still trying to get themselves back, trying to get into the back of the groove of going to school, trying to not be anxious, making friends and different things. The school system has done so much to try and help that, communicating with me and trying to connect these students with different resources, but also setting up safe spaces for them to talk, to get away, to, if they're having anxious moments, to relax. And then the social workers being open and having just hours for those kids has been wonderful. And so we see where the change is trying to be made, and schools are working really hard to do that. I must say, I was at East Chapel Hill, and I was asking about one of, I call it the anxiety room or mental health room. And I went in, and it was, I was already calm when I walked in. So I was just really proud of the work that I had seen done there. I see myself working with transitional grades a lot. And so I know I just brought up East Chapel High, but working with 9th graders or going down to middle school, trying to work with 6th graders. And recently, even working with some elementary schoolers in 4th and 5th grade, trying to reach them early to help them out and make sure that if they have mental health is being addressed, but how the school can address that. So just going in and being a positive in their life is one of my jobs, and trying to figure out what resources they need, but also just trying to help them navigate around the school and find any resources there. Other things that I have been seeing, a lot of students, because they haven't been going to school, are falling behind in class. And so they needed extra time for their academics to get their grades up. And the first time I heard of this, I was like, well, we need tutors. And that was kind of hard to come by. A lot of people are busy, and you know, if you can't pay for tutoring, it can be very expensive. The schools did an excellent job at working with students and their schedules and setting their schedules up where they had extra time. And so whether that be an academic strategies class where they can work on math that they were low in, whether that be a first period where they're able to work on homework maybe they had struggled with the night before at home, schools making those sacrifices for those kids and trying to work with their schedules. I've worked with multiple social workers who, you know, we have youth planning conferences. That's one of the resources that I try to use with my students. We get together, come up with SMART goals, and within those goals, you just see the teachers making their best effort to give these kids tutoring and give them extra academic support. And I guess lastly, I can talk about parenting and seeing that, of course, we know we're working with youth. The parents have a lot to do with that, and making sure the parents are supported and educated about the certain things that are in school. Judge Cabe talked about vaping a little bit, and you know, I can go into, we just need more education about it overall. Because you have parents who don't even know a lot about it. You have parents who vape, and then they don't even mind that the children vape and different things. And so wanting to see more parenting classes and things out there. But with that being said, there have been great programs that we have been able to put in the schools and have been working with parents, like the Exchange Club, and they having programs and being able to go into the house and just identify things. And of course, me trying to go into the house and what I call, and Pam can tell you, just keeping it real with the parents about what's going on. And so those are a few of the different things that I'm seeing. I don't want to hijack your meeting by talking too much here today, but I did want to say that I'm in the schools. I'm trying to support as many kids that I can, and I try to touch these kids. If I have, you know, I'm not going to go into a total number here, but if I had 40 plus kids, I'm trying to touch at least each one of them weekly or bi-weekly, so they know that I'm in their corner and they have support. And the schools have been excellent in allowing me to be supportive and also just supporting me. So, thank you all.
All right.
I was just going to say thank you so much, Lateef, for joining us. And before, does anyone have any questions for Lateef before Ms. Wyden talks about the School Justice Partnership?
I just wanted to give you a little fill-in. Part of Lateef's position is a position that you all have been supporting for nearly 20 years now, and it came at the behest. In the beginning, it was a Governor's Crime Commission grant that was designed to keep justice-involved youth from having such difficulties with long-term suspensions. It is a position that is shared equally by Orange County Schools, Chapel Hill Carborough Schools, which is why he mentioned East, although he works equally in Chapel Hill, Carborough, Orange, and Chatham counties. And you all, year in and year out, support the position. He's there to support the social workers and school personnel in whatever way they need him to. And the school systems a few years ago gave him the direction, or gave the position the direction, that instead of just working with typically high school kids who were justice involved, that we needed to look more broadly at risk kids and start looking in earlier transition years, so that when they get to high school, they don't have the same troubles that they have had in the past. And so I just wanted to make sure you all understood the history of the position and how grateful the court system is for the support of the schools. The counties also support a portion of this position as well. And when, for the children who are court involved, the judges rely on the input of Latif. He's sort of the go-between so that your social workers are staying in the schools. He is the go-between in the court system for them. He also works really closely with any of our families who have truancy issues. So he is lockstep with each one of your social workers. I can tell you that for sure.
Yes. And Pam, can I also say, I just want to just personally thank you all for supporting my position and supporting me. It is something that I'm passionate about. Pam could tell you when I first got up in here, I was a box of rocks about other stuff. So thank you all. And I want to continue to do hard work and good work while I'm out there. Thank you.
And that is, so my portion of this presentation is to talk a little bit about the School Justice Partnership Initiative, which the legislature recommended as part of the Raise the Age legislation. And each county has been encouraged to establish a memorandum of understanding, a school justice partnership designed to have key stakeholders in the community agree that they're going to do everything that they can to keep children in school and out of the court system. Essentially, that's what it boils down to. What's made it a little bit difficult here, in addition to the pandemic, is that for 20 years, you all have been doing that anyway. So whereas with many, many school systems, the court system and the school system were not communicating, you all have been supportive and communicative for almost 2 decades. So the typical, I sent Chairman Atherton a note and said the typical school justice partnership as it was originally intended doesn't really work for this group because you all are doing the work already. So the thinking is that perhaps for this group and what's happened in the other 2 school systems in our judicial district, it's been a public affirmation that you all intend to work as closely as you can, all the key stakeholders, the district attorney's office, the Department of Juvenile Justice, the public defender's office, the school systems, the judicial branch, and even the counties. Intend to work as closely together as they can to address whatever the issue might be, to keep kids in schools and to not have them be court involved. So that's essentially what the School Justice Partnership is about. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
If anyone has any questions for me or for Pam, we're happy to answer anything you have.
Sarah?
Thank you so much for presenting all of this information, first of all. And I'm not sure if Latif's on the call anymore, but just really hugely appreciative of the work that he's
I'm
doing.
here.
Oh, thank you so much, sir, for all of the work that you're doing to support students and keep them in school and help them be more successful and deal with challenges. I'm wondering if there is a way, either through Orange County Schools information or your information, to find out, to get this down a little bit further to the students from Orange County schools. I'm thinking there's so much, I think we should be looking at are there racial disparities in this group as well, and some of those things as well, but just understanding sort of the scope of it, and if any of this is different in Chapel Hill than in Orange County schools, it could just be sort of helpful.
And I will tell you, I'm happy to share with you the tool, Juvenile Justice, for every child that is referred to them on a complaint. They do what's called a YASI assessment, Youth Assessment and Screening Instrument is what they use, and our chief court counselor gave me a copy. So all the information that was kind of distilled down, that the statistics I gave you came from the intake they do with each and every child. And it does have, I don't think that the instrument itself has demographic information. However, I think they do track that. So the statistics that I had tonight were strictly from the assessment that Juvenile Justice uses, but that's a great point. I think I read a book recently called Working Smarter, Not Harder. In any event, it talks about we live in an age where we have all this data, and it's so easy to just get lost in all the data. And sometimes we need to just throw all the cards in the air and make it completely unreadable and go through and in our head process what are the trends, like what's in this group that I've found that has something in common, and what's in this group, to really try to understand what's happening. And so I think it's a great idea to look at, different facets of the group of kids that end up in juvenile justice. And I want to say that all these factors, I don't have the statistics with me, but I've read in many different places that kids that have these same factors, even if they don't end up in the juvenile justice system later on down the road, are more likely to end up in our adult system. So it's factors that that we have an opportunity to help them address before they ever get there. And in that way, it's optimistic, but it is a tough job. And I'm glad we have Latif, who's out there as the eyes and ears of the court system in the schools.
Carrie?
Thank you so much. And just a quick question that maybe will need to be addressed later if this is not a quick question, but thank you, Latif, for speaking to the mental health needs that all those stressors put on kids. And I'm just curious, knowing, and I know that this is a joint position with the counties, and 2 counties as well, so 3 school districts, and just, I'm amazed that Latif is able to meet all this need, and I'm just curious, like, how you feel, Latif, that you're able to meet all the need across those 3 districts, because it seems like a lot.
It can be challenging, but like I say, passion takes over, and being intentional with social workers and families. I gotta say the schools do an amazing job of allowing me access to students and families. So I do work, I may work a lot and be in a lot of places, but for instance, I may have a certain amount of students at one school. I can go and get all of that, meet with all of those students in that school for a couple. If I'm in Chatham, I may go to 2 or 3 schools while I'm in Chatham and do that. So yes, it at times I am running around a lot, but it's the passion that lets me do it. And honestly, sometimes I'm helping a kid and talking to him about life, and we're relating and stuff, and I'm not even thinking it's work anymore. I'm helping someone. So I guess that's what's driving this car here.
Wow, thank you.
Andre?
Yeah, Carrie, you took the words right out of my mouth. Hats off to you, Latif, not only for being a new father, but for the job that you do. I think that's outstanding. We worked together for quite a while. And to cover Orange County, Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools, and Chatham County, that's a lot. And I don't think, you hear about the disparities and things that's going on in the communities, but to actually see it, it paints a whole different picture. It really does. And Chief Judge Cabe, thank you for your presentation. Pam, thank you. Latif, thank you. Orange County is very unique. We are. Like you said earlier, we've always been ahead of the game. And I think that's what's made the difference in a lot of lives of some of our youth that's had some challenges. And so I think if we continue on and maybe get Latif some help, we can make a huge difference at that point.
I just wanted to add that what has made the position be affordable is that you share it. And so that has made a big difference, I think, in your budgetary process. And also just keep in mind that, Orange and Chatham counties are pretty well linked. You certainly know that Orange County and Chapel Hill Carrboro is pretty well linked. So it hasn't been a problem. It doesn't feel like he's having to pick one over the other because there's a lot of interaction anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah?
Just one thought, and drawing off of something that you said, Judge Cabe, it's like, I think there's a real opportunity here to learn from what works and the successes that you're having with re-engaging these students, with accommodating family difference. So many of them don't live with parents, and so how there's just a broader opportunity here that I hope we are learning as much as we can for all the students who aren't referred to the justice system, about how to apply some of this in engaging families. That just seems like a real opportunity.
Bonnie?
Yeah, I just need to thank you so much for coming out tonight. And honestly, I am quite encouraged by this presentation. I'm going to first look at Dr. Dreyer because that's where it starts. And Dr. Dreyer is the fact that we're talking about 109 students from 2 school districts, right? And only a half dozen are getting referred to the juvenile justice system. I mean, frankly, that's fantastic. And I think I know either 1 or 2 of them personally, and it's very, very difficult. I cannot imagine. So I just wanted to thank you. I want to thank you and thank you for this encouraging presentation. I also wanted to comment, and Latif, you too, I don't want to forget you, you're on screen. And, and programs, kind of curious how, because we have like our Partnership Academy, Chapel Hill has Phoenix Academy. So we have these, like a whole portfolio of interventions to help these kids before they get into real trouble. So I want to just I honestly think this is a really wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
And I have to say, Dr. Dreyer has been very involved in talking with Ms. Wyden. She's come on board since I had my meeting with Dr. Felder, I believe, or she probably would have been in that meeting as well. But we've been talking about this for a while, but the schools have had, we've been talking about the school justice partnership for a while, and truancy issues. The schools had so much on their plate coming back this school year. The school bus issues, the attendance issues, and I can't tell you how much joy I had in my heart seeing all those school bus drivers, because that's pretty amazing. But even with all that on your plate, we're still getting it done, these things further down the list, and I appreciate the work of all of your board and your staff.
Ann?
I'd like to say thank you for your work. I had the privilege 20 years ago when this started. I was an assistant principal, and then I had Dr. Dreyer's job and was very heavily involved. And as a principal, I was involved. And so I truly have seen the benefits of this program, sat in countless meetings with parents and everybody at the table trying to help students the best way that we could. And I certainly appreciate the job that Latif has done and all that you have done, and so grateful to see this carrying on. And Judge Buckner was the one that I worked with, and really he got this going, and it's paid off. So thank you.
So I just wanted to share, thank you, Judge, for coming out, especially sharing what each student is bringing in, because it's easy to forget and not realize how they're coming in. And, just sharing, that what they're dealing with, not just what we see from the school. And that is so important. And I also just wanted to thank everybody in the process, because this is one of those great things we're doing in our schools. Definitely there's areas for us to help and improve on, but it is so great to hear. And definitely we will have a discussion about doing a public affirmation as recommended for such a wonderful program. Thank y'all so much for coming out tonight. And Latif, congratulations on being a new father, and thank you for all you're doing.
Well, thank you all. And it's a job. I love it though.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all.
All right. Next on our agenda, we have the draft calendars for 2023 through 2024 and 2024 through 2025.
All right, good evening. I'm gonna try to get through this. That was very difficult, being a former foster child and a ward of the state several times in my life. So I know there was no ill intent putting that before me, but I will say I'm proud to be here in front of you and never give up. So we're going to talk about school calendars. And so there's the theme tonight I want to talk about as we bring the calendars before you. for the 2023, 2024, and 2024 and 25 school years. Number one is the law. The Orange County Schools is bound by North Carolina general statute as other districts around the state. And so we do want to be very clear about the specifics of the law and complying with the law. Second, it's about compromise. Every individual who you talk with about school calendars or provides feedback has an opinion about where vacation should be, where days off should be, where holidays should fall. You know, I did not realize how many folks really want the day after Halloween as a day off for students. And so it's a compromise of where we place days on the calendar. I think another important thing is communication, communicating the calendar, communicating the law, the whys to our families, which allows everyone to plan. So folks want to know, you know, when does school start, when's school ending, not only for jobs and other responsibilities, but daycare, vacations, time off, signing up for clubs, enrichments, camps, et cetera. We know there's a life that goes on outside of the school day, and it's important that we help individuals plan accordingly. And so that's one of the reasons you see before you this year a 2-year cycle with the calendar. As we work through the calendar committee that is comprised of individuals from each of our schools, we felt it was important to bring a calendar for the next 2 years that would provide some stability for our community and our families, especially after the last couple of years we've been through. And so with the law, I'm not going to read all the requirements on the screen, but do know we are bound by some bookends. Part of that is the requirement for teachers to have 215 work days within the school calendar. And for our traditional schools, the start date can be no earlier than the Monday closest, August 26th, and the end date for traditional schools no later than the Friday closest to June 11th. There are a couple exceptions within the calendar laws. One of those is for school districts that have waivers due to inclement weather for the number of days they've missed over consecutive years, and we do not qualify for that. On average, we miss about 3 to 5 days annually for inclement weather. Knock on wood, where we've missed one so far this year, and hopefully we can stick at that. But when you think about the day that's required in legislation to start and the day that's required in legislation, then there's a bunch of other days we need to build on our calendar. The calendar has to cover at least 9 months. It has to include all of the holidays, or at least give staff the same equal number of holidays as designated within the law. School shall not be held on Veterans Day in the law, can't be held on Sundays, can't be used for inclement weather days. And then there's 10 built-in staff days. So staff end up working 194 days, and it's a balance of those days of how many are going to be student days and how many are going to be teacher work days. The law has changed and meandered over the years. There used to be a time it used to be 1,000 hours or 180 days of instruction, and that changed. The current law is 1,025 hours or 185 days. For this district, we have built calendars the last several years based on hours, instructional hours, because it's very difficult to give our teachers the number of work days in order to complete all the professional activities that need to take place during a school year, professional development, et cetera, to have 185 days. And then each day that's missed, you are required to make up. And that makes the makeup plan even more difficult, where we do have to look at school possibly on Saturdays, extending the school days, taking away scheduled vacation days, et cetera. And so we do get a little more flexibility with the hours. The second area I talked about, inclement weather waivers within the calendar, is year-round schools, or schools that are set in legislation that allow for an early start. And Hillsborough Elementary School is our year-round school in the district, and so they have a separate calendar for year-round students, and they are permitted to start earlier than the August 26th based on that provision in the law. So I do want to recognize, as we talk about the legal requirements and the balancing act of putting together school calendars and information we have with you. I wanted to recognize a couple individuals from the calendar committee tonight. Julia Workman is here with us this evening, and I think we've got Cindy Sinecrop possibly online as well. So I would ask Julia if you want to make any comments to the board, but just want to go through and just talk to you about the process and how we make sure our calendars meet the law.
Sure. So we have a process for putting together the calendar each year. Central office designates someone to be our facilitator. Then we have stakeholders from the different schools that includes staff, teachers. It includes other groups like, for example, Afterschool, and we also have parent and parent input. The group will get together, review all of the things that Mr. Obley just talked about, and usually put together kind of a basic calendar, go back, get lots of feedback from your staff and from your parent representatives, and make adjustments to the calendar following the calendar law, and then put together your final draft that we bring to you all for approval. I think that's basically it in a nutshell.
And I will say, Julia's been working with the calendar committee for many years. She probably knows all of the laws better than anyone else in the district. And so she will check behind us and count days and make sure that our versions are correct as we send those out. So again, that's the law, the framework in which we work. When we look at our calendar from this previous year and we look at our calendar moving forward, it would be based on what our recommendation is at this point. Again, we'll bring back for you on the 20th final drafts, 174 student days. That gives us 20 teacher work days. Our teacher feedback was overwhelmingly in support of not reducing the number of teacher work days within the school year, which allows them both required teacher work days for professional development by the district and by the staff. As you know, especially our elementary teachers last year, there was a tremendous amount of legislation around letters training and receiving additional training on literacy. So it allows time to build that in within the calendar, but it also gives our teachers professional time to do activities at school in their classroom that they need to do, analyzing data, assessments, providing feedback, preparing lessons, et cetera, working in their PLCs. There are 10 annual vacation leave days. Those are automatically built into the calendar for staff. And then there's 11 holidays scheduled. And as you can see, that equals the 215 days that we build in for teachers. Our inclement weather makeup plan, what we are recommending when we look at hours, we base it on a 6-hour instructional day. And that gives us right at 1,000, I had that note on the previous slide, 1,044 hours. When we look at our inclement weather makeup plan, part of the legislation is when you approve the calendar, you need to approve the inclement weather makeup plan. And so we're recommending the first 2 days that are missed on the calendars be no makeup because the time is built in. We're required to have 1,025 hours. The calendar draft has 1,044, so that banks us approximately 19 hours that we could use for inclement weather. The first 2 days, we're recommending we do not ask the students to do any work on those days. And then this year, the legislation allowed for additional at-home asynchronous, synchronous learning, at-home remote learning for uses when there was emergencies or inclement weather on the school campus. And so we built those into our calendar. Our note here is we're moving forward. Obviously, the legislative session is happening now. We're not sure if this provision of the law would be changed. And so our recommendation is based on the current guidance and the law this year, we're going to continue with those with the note that if that is removed from the law, then we would need to come back and make a revision to the makeup plan. So the 2 days that are no makeup, again, that's for students. That's 12 hours. So where's the other 7 hours? We have not finalized any early release days on the calendar yet. So that gives us a few more hours should we build in some inclement weather calendar or days on the makeup plan. So our next steps is we have a survey that's out for families. We've got a survey we're working on to get out to staff as well, trying to focus on three main themes, like what's really working well for you and your family with the calendar. What can we change or improve? How can we make this process better? And then childcare on teacher workdays. Knowing that we have a tremendous amount of teacher workdays, we did want to gather some input and feedback for our parents, especially of elementary and middle school students. Is childcare a barrier, a burden to the family? Is that something we need to look at as providing opportunities during the school year? And so we'll be getting that feedback as well. And then once we get the feedback from the families, gathering this week and then working with our school staff this week and next week, that will formulate the final drafts that we bring to you. I did make one note in the abstract that's not in the slides tonight. I do want us to remember what I said earlier. At one point in time, the school year was based on the requirements of 1,000 hours or 180 school days, and schools were pretty consistent over the years of having around 180 days on the school calendar. Certainly, we understand why the instructional days have been lessened for students with a longer school day, but also building in additional work days for our staff. One category of staff that I just want to call attention to is many of our hourly classified staff work when the buildings are open and when school is in session, and not always are they working on teacher work days. And so as the number of student days have been reduced over the years, that's an additional week, 6 or more days, that individuals are not working. Because again, like our bus drivers are only given a couple of work days to work, pre-service days. At the beginning of the year, we can bring them in for other teacher work days, but again, that would be a local cost. Our child nutrition workers, again, on teacher work days, we may have managers in, but when we're not running service lines, et cetera, those workers are not working. So I did want to just keep a focus and keep in mind that some of our staff members obviously are working fewer days or fewer hours, and I do want us to think about how can we address that to give our staff members additional opportunities, because I know when we're competing for staff members in another district, if they have an extra week of employment, that makes a difference for them. And so I just wanted to preference that. I don't have a solution, but as we think about budgets and formulating future budgets and the number of days of students in school, I just wanted to recognize that's a group of staff who have received fewer days than they're working. And so that's our information this evening. Cindy, I think she's joining online, but I didn't know if you had any comments you wanted to make as well. So thanks for joining.
No, I think Julie has pretty well covered it.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Comments? Bonnie?
I want to thank you for this. I now have a new appreciation for what's the hardest job in the district. I think you've got it. So thank you for this. I have a couple of questions. I think they're coming through on the parent surveys, but what I'm hearing the concern is what I refer to as the checkerboard structure. And I'll give you the first week in November, for example. So October 30th, Friday is a teacher work day, then the kids come in Monday, and then Tuesday's election day, and then they're off that day, and then 2 days back in school, and then Friday they're off again. So and I think it happens again in January. I think parents are looking for something that kind of groups these days off. And teacher work days and days off are different, but for the kids, parents have to figure out what to do.
Mr. Obley can answer this question just as well, but November is very tricky because we have Veterans Day and we also have Election Day. And so Election Day, as you know, is the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. And that is a day when we have many schools that are polling places. So we have, while it used to be really cool to have your school as a polling place, a great opportunity for civics and government, now I think we see that it is more challenging. We want to keep people safe. There can also be having a lot of people coming onto your campus that you don't know. That's not really a safe thing to do. And then there can also be a lot of problems just with congestion with traffic. with school release. So that is one reason why.
I get it. So, but I think the question the parents have is, why couldn't the October 30th teacher workday be moved to the Monday? So then it would be, you know.
I see what you're saying. I see.
So that's the kind of feedback that I'm getting. There's been some conversation on the board about finding a way to work a fall break in. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if that is happening. And then third, there was a time, I don't know if it's still the case, where you could do a local bill. I don't know if some school districts are starting early, and you've asked your local representatives to file a local bill for the legislature asking for a waiver on the legislative school calendar. And I don't know if that's still an option or if that's something we need.
Very quickly, back to that October question. I think that the traditional calendar are looking to have a workday at the end of the quarter. So that's why that's there and in October and not putting it on that Monday.
Grades assessment, progress reports, updating family. I think that's the goal is they're completing professional activities and trying to get the grades and reports and the progress out to parents. And so if we wait a week or two and do it in November, it's just the delay of parents knowing where their child stands academically.
I think it's a change of a day. Instead of doing it Friday, it would be on Monday.
Okay.
Right? You have to look at it. I just know the parents, that's kind of what I'm getting. So, and you have, so it's a conversation I hope you'll have with them.
Yeah, I did see the same thing about a fall break and about trying to align some days on the calendar. As you mentioned, November is always very difficult, January as well. So yes, I have seen that feedback as well, to look at, is there a way to better align the calendar for the family? So certainly understand that.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? The only other comment that I had, and it's from feedback that I've heard from some teachers, is, as y'all mentioned, having the time to not only get the grades, get everything prepared, but setting up the time for meeting with parents. And so I've heard a lot of teachers say that one day just is not enough to try to do all of that and prepare it, and then you go straight into having class again. So I know that y'all are closest to it, but I just wanted to share that feedback that I've heard is it would be really nice if they had a couple of days to do that closer so they could prepare for the parents and have everything ready, and it's not so rushed there at the end of the 9 weeks.
Yeah, and this is where the compromise comes in, because we're on the bookends, especially on the traditional calendar from August 26th to June 9th, and then trying to balance as to, how many days are going to be in each quarter, and then, where do those naturally fall, and where do we have to do our best to try to fit those in. But those comments are very valid, and those are very, very in line to what we've heard and what we see as well. And part of the process is understanding, and sometimes what works for our elementary teachers is not going to work for our high school teachers. And so, thinking about the alignment of the work and what's necessary in order to think about the system as a whole as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
I'm sorry, if I could correct, that October 30th is a week away from the Labor, so you'd have to move it out a week, so I apologize for that.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes we forget what draft we're on, so it's okay.
It's still a conversation that you guys have to have, because
All right, next we have the after-school program and fees.
Well, good evening, Chair, Mr. Atherton, Vice Chair, Ms. Purcell, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Felder. I want to present to you kind of an update on our after-school programs and share with you some additional after-school activities that we hope and plan to have this summer. Last time we met, I shared with you some of the summer scholars and Read to Achieve, and I have some updated numbers and also some additional planning that we want to provide. But at this time, we're going to talk about some of our high school offerings with our high school credit recovery, our career technology, technical education, extended school year and compensatory education, middle school math program, and our after-school summer camps. So I'm pleased to have Ms. Carr and Mr. Winstead, who will be sharing some of the summer camps that will be offered. Always wants to act up with me. Okay. There we go. So last time I talked about some of the Read to Achieve and the summer scholars. So I want to share with you some numbers that we expect, and this is based on our beginning of the year and middle of the year data. So for kindergarten, right now we have 200 students projected who are eligible to participate. At first grade, 187 students, which brings a total of 387 students for our K-1 Summer Scholars Program. For our Read to Achieve, for second grade, we right now have 182 students. In third grade, 252 students, bringing a total of 387 students for our second and third grade. And when we break those numbers down by the different camp locations, Hillsborough Elementary School will have, right now, projected to have 66 students. New Hope Elementary School, which will be servicing 3 elementary schools, will have 377 students who are projected, and Pathways Elementary School projected 378. And again, based on our beginning and middle year data, and regardless of the outcome of our end of year data, we will still invite and plan to have the students who right now have indicated by their test scores. Also, with our Summer Scholars Program, there was a question regarding our 4th and 5th grade. So we are looking into developing plans to add a 4th and 5th grade, whether we're looking at whether that will be focused around mathematics or we'll continue with the focus on reading as the other grades. But I will be sharing with you and providing either in board updates or at a board meeting the plans for the 4th and 5th grade, and also looking at middle school. Here we go, credit recovery. So for our credit recovery here at the high school, we'll plan for 2 sessions, and we'll be currently looking at grades 9 through 12. And you can see right here what the 2 sessions will focus on, one for seniors only and the other for grades 9 through 11. For our middle school math support here, we're looking at the middle school level program at Gravely Hill Middle School, which will include rising 5th and 6th grade students from Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary School and Central Elementary School. We will be looking at a variety of data sources to determine who will be eligible, and again, with a focus around math, and right now looking at 2 sessions. You will see noted here, 2 weeks in June and 2 weeks in July. And then for our CTE offerings this summer, you will see that there's a plethora of different activities that we're very excited about, from the Grow Your Own District Support Internship right down to our camp at Durham Tech for our Project Lead the Way students, and also some extra summer career academy identified here. And as we continue the planning for our summer school programs, I will come back and update you on our numbers as well as any changes that might have taken place in the planning. And then finally, the extended school year and compensatory education offered by our exceptional children's services. And the extended school year, we're looking at approximately 30 students. And for the compensatory education, approximately 70 students will take part in either of those programs. And again, I will come back with additional information and update you as we continue planning, and also update you on the athletics. We have quite a number of athletics camps, and we'll share that information. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Carr and Mr. Winstead, who will share some of the after-school programs, or summer camp programs.
Good evening, Chair Will Atherton and Ms. Ann Parcell and OCS board members and Dr. Felder. A little nervous, my first board meeting, but I'm here to present after-school summer camp programs for 2023. Hopefully, well, we'll have 2 locations. We'll have an elementary LEAP camp, and we'll also have a middle school STARS camp. This summer, we will follow the same dates as Summer Scholars, running 2 sessions, starting June the 13th through, I think it's June the 30th. Sorry about this. Yes, June the 13th through June the 30th, and the second session, July 10th through July 28th. Both camps, we have planned activities and field trips that will be engaging, academic-oriented. Breakfast, lunch, and snacks will be served for all students. Yes.
Okay.
Next
Thank you
slide.
very much.
Thank you.
That concludes that portion of the presentation on summer programs, but we do have an action and discussion item, and that's our after-school summer program fees. We have a one-time ask for you.
We have a unique opportunity to provide a one-time opportunity for our, to our OCS families, a discount for summer camp this summer, which will create a more equitable opportunity for all Orange County Schools families. Looking at this slide, compared to last year, we charged $165 for summer camp programs for the LEAP, and middle school programs, we charged $130. This summer, because of the unique opportunity, we wanted to lower the cost for all families to $100 for each family, $100 a week to assist our families.
Any questions about that?
No, I have a comment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I used to work summer camps with Mr. Winstead, so I remember families that had 2 or more students enrolled. So I'm very appreciative of this plan to offer a one-time discount to our families for summer camp. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah?
In terms of the fee, I'm just curious where the funding comes for it.
Due to we applied for the stabilization grant in October 2021, and that's and part of the applications is to assist families, and also revenue funds that we have revenue the last year and a half. And so with the unique fund balance that we have, we'd like to offer the assistance to families. I experienced in working in the office in the program last year, many parents reached out when the program fees were $165. Had some single parents to cry, said they couldn't afford the service. And it's kind of heart touching, and I did my due diligence. Yes, to reach out to social service and other funding sources to help those families. So like, hopefully the fees will be waived for this year to be $100, so that it could be more affordable for our families. And we could also increase the number of students we have in summer camp programs. And we will also be the lowest around if these fees are approved.
Well, I mean, I've heard wonderful things about the program last summer. My kids pre-COVID did some OCS summer camps as well, so I know there's wonderful staff and wonderful opportunities for people. And I think if I just have one like encouragement, it's to get the information out early, because a lot of times, I think Orange County Schools has come out kind of later with the dates and the information and how to register than your like traditional summer camp program.
And I can say Mr. Winstead has been the biggest advocate in getting information out early, which is why we wanted to bring it to you right away to look at that. One of the other pieces that he has raised is that he's concerned about the staff for this summer when enrollment drops and rates are higher, and we know our families are experiencing some fiscal difficulties. He is not able to retain the staff. So we believe, and he came up with this proposal, that this will help drive enrollment, which will then allow us to retain our staff throughout the summer months.
Bonnie?
First, I want to welcome you, Mr. Winstead. Nice job tonight, so thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a couple questions. It's one is on the fee reduction. Have we means tested the kids who come? So if a kid can afford the camp, is there a reason we would reduce their fee? And then if there's kids that really can't afford it at all, is there potential for a 0 fee or a much lower fee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, because that's a proposal. I would be interested in seeing more of a means-based proposal, like as opposed to just lowering the fee for everybody.
So it is a recommendation for a one-time lowering. We absolutely hear what you're recommending on that. I think we need to get a sense of what potential enrollment would be. And so just as, I think we'd like to take that back and take a look at that and see what's possible with the data we currently have.
Yeah, great, thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. Thank you so much for coming up and presenting tonight. Could you share how much is going to come from the grant and how much would come from the fund balance? And then how much do we have in the fund balance? Because it is an enterprise fund and it's funded by itself. So I'm just curious of those, what those numbers are.
So we didn't come prepared to share those numbers at this time. We can certainly come back at the next meeting to share that. We do know the grant expires in December, and we're prepared to come back in April or May to talk about after school and to talk about plans for continuance of after school programs from there. But the support for the summer programs is a small component. So the bulk of this is coming from the fund balance. But again, we need to come back to you with specific numbers.
Yeah, I would like to know what those are.
Are you able to? Thank you, Rhonda.
If I could just take a moment, if you recall, it's been a couple meetings back, we had the financial statements as part of the consent agenda on the enterprise fund, and up to this point, they've accumulated roughly $600,000 in profits just for this year, not even looking at fund balance. So I believe the intent is to utilize that surplus that they have in this fiscal year to offer assistance to our families. And they do still have a fund balance. It's quite hefty fund balance. But the intent was not to carry and add more to the fund balance as a result of the grant, but to be able to extend that to families and to lower the fees so that we could get more families to participate in the program.
So, sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. So are we saying that the $600K is what would be used, or are we just saying there is?
Yes, so
Okay.
that's basically this is an enterprise fund, so they're, I hope I'm assuming when I use the terminology, they operate like a profit and loss.
Right.
So at this point, just through December, they had a profit of roughly $600,000. As was reflected on those financial reports. And so the intent was to look at utilizing that is in this fiscal year to keep from increasing fund balance, but to actually give it to our families.
And do we know how much is from the grant?
I would say a very large portion of what has been the surplus from this year is associated with that grant.
Of that 600K?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess the other question I had was the middle school, after school, that was funded from our fund balance?
It's funded out of our local budget.
And how much was that?
So, yeah, I want to.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to connect all these together.
Yeah, I want to make sure. So you're asking the middle school after-school program that is free to our parents. The district
Yes.
has $135,000 in its local budget that it utilizes, its local operating budget to fund that. So that's not fund balance. It's actually $135,000 out of our local per pupil allocation from the county that we dedicate to the middle school after-school program.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because this came up as kind of a very interesting discussion about, do we fund it, do we not fund it? And then, that's 135, this is 600K just going to the summer program, and I mean, obviously I can't tell from that how many students are in each of these, but and I agree with Bonnie, doing some kind of scale for this for people that can afford it.
I think he's got the student numbers. I think he was,
Okay.
if you're interested in that.
Yeah.
Roughly 495 are elementary students, and about 70 is the middle school population, the middle, after school. Oh, you talking about, he want camp numbers? You want camp numbers? Was you looking for camp numbers or after school?
Both.
Okay, so for camp numbers, we typically, like last year, we ran 70 students a week. And then the middle school was roughly like 21 students a week. But this was our first time offering middle school summer camp programs for our middle school students. Typically in the past, 4-H offered called a teen camp for the middle school, but right before COVID hit, they notified us that they were no longer offering a camp for middle school. So we just picked it up and wanted to start them to our middle school families.
Thank you for the presentation, and I support the request, the recommendation to approve this. I do recall that we've talked about having some fee for middle school, and we talked about it last spring in budget committee meetings, and I know we talked about how we'd have to do it really early so that families know well in advance. So I know you all know that. So, but it seems like we can absorb this cost. And then consider that for next year.
Yes. Can I add something? Part of this 600 that Ms. Raff was referring to earlier, part of that is like a large portion that is the stabilization grant for after-school programs, and our after-school programs are 5-star rated license, so it can be used for our K-5 students for the grant application, because our middle school is not licensed.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Sarah?
I just have like a small language suggestion for you all as you're moving forward with marketing this. When you said after-school programs, I thought these summer camps were like extended time after the other camps or something. This used to be called like school community relations or something. And so I would just, if you're talking about the summer camps, just like get rid of the words after school, because it's just.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Very minor, but for what it's worth.
Yeah,
Bonnie?
I just want to say, I would prefer to see a proposal that gives a student, especially students that can't afford camp, the opportunity to apply for a fee waiver. So, we really do have many of the kids that would be eligible for this camp can't afford it. And it's a great camp for kids who don't have money, so $100 a week is a lot. If you have more than one kid, it's a lot more.
Yes, ma'am. Last summer, I just want to add this. Last summer, under the previous director, we did offer scholarships for middle school and elementary students. Middle school was given 5 scholarships each, the same as for elementary school. We did have roughly about about 20 students that we did cover fees for elementary. For the middle school families, we covered approximately 8 students for the middle school camp. Yeah, through the principal's recommendation. The application was sent to the principals and the counselors and the social workers, and they came up with a list of students who could benefit from both programs.
And if I'm recalling correctly, when there were scholarship seats available that were not utilized because there was not need at those particular schools, they were given to another school to utilize. So that seemed to work very well last year.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, just like Bonnie said, my comment is towards having a 0 fee, a scholarship, not offer 100. It's more focused on making sure that we give those opportunities through the scholarships. Do we know how many scholarships we can increase that by doing this?
No, sir, not at this time. We won't know until we start with enrollments and parents to reach out to the office staff to speak if they need financial assistance.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
But can I add one more thing? But for after school for this current year, we are providing after school families 21 scholarships to after school families at no cost. And those numbers, like it's some, like for example, a parent reached out to me earlier saying, you know, I'm just having a financial hardship for right now for this month of February. Can you assist? And we assist. You know, she lost her job, so we're able to assist. So scholarships may look different. Some may need assistance 1 month, but we are covering 21 families for this academic school year.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Need a motion?
It does.
Okay, I move to approve the summer camp fee proposal.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
So if we approve the proposal, then what happens about getting a 0 fee? So, you know, I guess I thought we were going to get a revised proposal.
We can request once the numbers are in, to come back with, what does that look like if?
So would that be an amendment to the proposal, or do I?
We don't have to put it in the proposal for them to, or the amendment. We do not have to have an amendment for them to come back. We can just request it. It doesn't have to be part of the motion.
So how does that affect the motion? Because if it's $100, right now it's a $100 camp.
I just want to point out it's on the agenda as an information item.
It is
So the fee
actually
is- the
on
fee is on
the
as an
discussion
action
action.
Oh, I see,
item.
for the fees. I'm sorry, I
Yes.
apologize.
If we approve the $100 fee, how does the 0 option get factored? I just don't know.
Absolutely, if I may, what we'd like to do is to continue with what was in process last year. So we're dropping the rates for, our recommendation is to drop the rates for everyone to $100 a week, but continue to offer those scholarships for 0 for families that cannot afford that. So to have them based on recommendations of principals and consultation there, again, when the families, or when the schools don't need to utilize all of them, they would be shared with schools that have greater need. So that is still providing for, our intention is still to assure that we are meeting the needs equitably of all of our families and offering equitable access and opportunity to all of our Orange County students.
So would that be an amendment to the motion, to $100 fee with the continuation of scholarships for students that can't afford it? I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to.
It's part of the program is what I heard. I mean, it may make more sense for once you get numbers to just provide an update on how many we were able to do, and if there's an issue with somebody that can't be provided under this plan. I don't know if there's a specific number we would approve here. It's really approving the funding to do it versus the parts of it, because they don't know how many people are in the program yet.
Okay.
So we'll ask them to come back.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. I did have one comment, not for that, but for the
summer?
The summer, the CTE specific, the Summer Career Accelerator Program. When we met with the county, one of the things we had asked is, as we put that program together, if they would consider having additional positions in the county, whether it's in their maintenance and their finance or even in their government office. And they said they would consider it. So definitely we would like to reach out to them to see if there's other opportunities for our students to learn. So I just wanted to share that.
I'm sure Ms. Braxton would love to extend and expand to a lot of programs, so I'll pass that on to her.
I just have a question about the Gravely camp, the math camp, and if 2 weeks is enough. And if, I don't know the answer,
I understand, and ideally, we would love to be able to extend and offer, more time. One is going to be certainly around the fiscal piece of it and staffing part, and also trying to encourage and get our middle school students to participate in summer programs. We did not have the number of students that we expected and we hoped to have last summer. So how do we get them to come out and participate and be a part of the summer activities will be part of our challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to thank Ms. Crimmins, who's been online to answer any questions you have. She is also helping and overseeing our summer programs.
Thank you, Ms. Crimmins.
Thank you.
All right, the last item on our agenda tonight is the update on the redistricting.
Good evening. We've got an information item here before you this evening to give you an update on redistricting for the Orange County schools, and just wanted to make a few comments about the purposes and the processes. You have obviously more materials in your packet this evening than what we're going to cover here with you, but really wanted to discuss and talk about our purposes for reassignment and the project status and timeline for that. You have some background information you've asked for, an analysis of rising 6th and 9th graders. And then we did some scenario analysis of the reassignments for Eflin Cheek Zone if we need those as well. I want to recognize a few folks here this evening: Catherine Mao, Student Assignment Coordinator, and our Red for Ed team back here. We have Sherry Callaghan, Christina Clark, and Micah Haggerty with us, and so we appreciate them. We have been in communication with our Orange County Association of Educators, and I believe Sherry's gonna come up and make a few comments. When we talk about reassignment and the purposes, we will follow policies, but here is where we are. We have overcrowding and the need for mobile classrooms in our district. We have several of our elementary schools that are over capacity, one over 20% over capacity. And we have projections with new growth of new development coming into our district at a faster pace than the seats we have available. And so we do have concerns about capacity. We do have some buildings that are underutilized. And so looking at the utilization of our buildings and how we balance the capacity therein. We look at our geographic regions, which we make up into school boundaries, and are those boundaries serving diverse socioeconomic, academically balanced groups of students. And we know that the Title I percentages at some of our schools is increasing. Students in poverty is increasing. We do have schools that are at 70% students of poverty, and we have some schools on the other end of the spectrum of that. And so looking at schools as a whole, and are those representative throughout the district, and then improve our building utilization and our bus route efficiencies across the district. How we operate makes a difference. Many of the comments on the calendar comments centered around bus times and ride times and what time school starts and what time my child has to get up to get on a bus in the morning. Well, that's efficiency based on routing, which is an element of school assignment and where we assign students based on that geographic region. What you don't see before you this evening, which has not been part of our reassignment planning discussion, is the new school. because there is not a new school planned within our reassignment processes to date. And so we have a unique challenge with reassignment, unlike reassignment several years ago in the district, was when new schools were brought online and there was a need to reassign. Now, certainly we have added capacity at Cedar Ridge High School, and there is a new building on that campus that does allow us to shift some of the overcapacity of Orange High School over to Cedar Ridge. But there is not a new school that we're reassigning students to. We have the other challenge of many of our schools that have outdated facilities and trying to accomplish significant facility repairs without swing space in the district. And so how we utilize those spaces is going to be critical over the next several years. And as we mentioned, growth and development, especially to the western side of the county, is very significant. And so those are the challenges when we talk about reassignment. And I want to pause and let you hear a teacher voice, and then Mr. Lee Williams, II, our Chief Equity Officer, also wants to come make some comments as well. So first, we'll start with our folks who have been waiting all evening for this opportunity. So thank you for being here.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. You've heard me before and know that I'm here to advocate for teachers and students. I had the opportunity to see some data as a math coach early on the school year, and it was shocking to see our MTSS pyramids in 2 of our overpopulated schools be mainly tier 2 and tier 3 students. And those are the schools that we need to redistrict for our kids. If we're here for our kids, we have to do this so that they can get the services they deserve, so that they can imagine a dream fulfilled, like what John Williams said earlier today. We don't have an option. We can't do what's easy for us as adults. We have to put the kids first.
So I think the fear we always run into in redistricting is upsetting the proverbial apple cart. What we see that has been historically designed and driven has also caused huge inequities. Redlining has been the biggest factor that has caused some of the places that we see in our district. We were looking at some data today, and it is astonishing to me to see that in the 3rd grade at one of our schools, there were 6 Black students. 6. What we're providing at this point is a stereotype threat and stereotype lift. When in some of our schools where we have the achieving and we come to report cards and we talk about the A's and the B's and we're excited, and then we look at the demographics that are predominantly our white students, there's a stereotype lift there. This idea that our white students are smarter than their Black counterparts, Black and brown counterparts, that they're able to achieve at this level. And the stereotype threat is that I'm not able to achieve because I'm not making the marker for our Black and brown students. And what I'm asking, encouraging, and begging is that we do something courageous that most folks won't, is look at destroying these lines and looking at what is doing what's best for our kids. And that's making sure that all of our schools are diverse, economically, racially, also linguistically. There's something special when you sit beside a kid who is nothing like you that you can learn from. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we are robbing our students of this opportunity. It almost lends itself an educational malpractice. We have to change. So as we're looking to do this work, it is looking to dismantle this idea in the system of redlining that has caused sort of another segregation in our educational system that we fought against years ago. I go back to when we were at Eflin Cheeks Community Center, and one of the conversations we had there was that Grady A. Brown is 2 minutes up the road. Yet those students go to New Hope, which is 7 minutes away.
Over at the village, at the Gateway.
Gateway Village, yeah, excuse me. Yeah. See, I know I needed
No, I'm
you.
just trying to.
But the difference there, I go to the gym every morning at 4 a.m. On my way back at 6, I see buses on the road. That's way too early for our kids to be getting, elementary babies getting on the road. So I go back to what Mr. Abilene said, is this helps us be more efficient. Thank you.
When we look at operational efficiency, it's about the amount of opportunity that's lost. And we have many students in our district who lose an opportunity every single day when they're riding a bus an hour and 45 minutes in the morning and an hour and 45 minutes in the afternoon. We have to do better. And so part of this process is looking again at the numbers, looking at the data, looking at the needs of the community, and looking at the reality that our schools are not balanced and they're not in line with the board's goals by policy, and they do not reflect necessarily our community as well. And so there's two things we look at. One is redistricting. Redistricting is the process. Redistricting is the elements, it's the procedures, it's the practices, it's the learning, it's the opportunities, it's scenarios, it's the diving deep, it's the communication, it's the thinking about how are we going to improve and move better. That all becomes the redistricting process. Where are we now? Where do we need to be? And how do we get there? The reassignment plan is the outcome. That's the goal. At the end of this, the superintendent presents a reassignment plan to the board in the community, and we will receive feedback on that plan. Throughout the process, I think it was clear from the board taking on this challenge prior to the pandemic. And obviously what you heard was keeping parents informed, communicating, and having voices in the process. As we all are trying to do this evening from different perspectives, is to let you know there are many voices who understand the critical nature of this work. And what we would want to lift up is let's not let all voices be lost in this process. Whatever we can do, whatever you can do, whatever we can share, whether it's joint meetings with the board, town halls, information sessions, meet and greets, wherever we can be, we want to share what's happening, but more importantly, why it's happening. Because we think this has to clearly be communicated. Why are we taking on this work? And so, again, I won't go through all the information. I did want to touch on partnerships. ORED, Operational Research and Education Development Group out of NC State was utilized for the reassignment. Redistricting planning in the district, we will be utilizing them as well. They've worked with many school districts around the state. They not only have the scenarios that were programmed and looked at previously, but also will help us and assist us. We also have Davis Demographics that has been a partner with us for our student GIS and student information system with demographics for mapping and coordinating assignment planning for the last couple of years. And so we'll be utilizing them as well. And then, as we mentioned, making sure that we have planning scenarios and opportunities for input in processes. And so we will continue that. I think this is the next critical component this evening, is about the next steps. And you all have discussed about having community input sessions on a number of educational topics and forums. And so certainly partnering with you on those so that we can be at the meetings and help share and convey information, and then making sure that we're extending the reach and the voices as well. And I know, Ms. Hauser, you had a couple questions. I just want to make sure I wanted to get to this evening. Looking at the enrollment and looking at the zoning, certainly we are bringing in mobile units to assist with overcrowding. What we don't know yet is core capacities, what our limitations are at Eflin Cheeks. As we continue to add more students to the campus, we're not increasing cafeteria size, media center size, gyms, et cetera. And so more students also means more spaces they need to serve them.
Board, could we get a extension to finish this discussion? Mr. Eberly, how much more time? 5 minutes?
So move. Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye? Aye. Please continue.
Thank you. And so, we will need to analyze how many students before we would have concerns with the core capacity on the campus. So we talked about 2 of the mobile units being used to assist with capacity. Right now, with our projections in your packet, we're based on class sizes, we're almost at 3 classrooms, possibly over next year. That's why we're continuing to look at other scenarios that we may need, including any spot reassignments in the short term.
Are we thinking about bringing in an extra mobile unit? If we're going to bring in 10, let's bring in 11. And here, just in my framing, let me ask a basic question. Are we still looking at August 2024 as the date for when the reassignment takes effect?
That's our timeline we laid out. Now, that depends on several things. One, that we have a assignment plan solidified and back in draft for public comment by early fall, so that the board would have an opportunity to approve the superintendent's recommended assignment plan by December 23, with posting and announcements in January 24, which gives folks at the minimum 8 months, 7 months prior to the beginning of the next school year. That seems typical in the processes. And so that would be the very earliest that the reassignment plan would be recommended to take effect.
Okay, so that's why I'm just wondering, we just need, assuming we're working to that schedule, we just need something to get us over the hump for the next 18 months, not for the next 5 years, right? Because once we do the reassignment, the overcrowding should be alleviated.
Yes, that's a fair assessment of the situation, yes.
Thank you.
So just one comment that comes to mind as we think about this. As we're going through this, should we consider accelerating some of our capital projects in some of the schools that are under capacity right now? As you heard, and thank you for being at the joint meeting, that the county commissioners are willing to work with us, especially on some of the limitations that we've been given about, runoff. And, I took from that, they were very willing to help us so we can spend our capital expenses on these temporary items and allow us to spend down the capital expenses much quicker. And I think this gives us the opportunity to stage that and maybe do something a little larger. And so when we redistrict, those schools are ready for that additional capacity. Just a thought.
Yes, that's why we've continued forward with the central elementary plan for the mechanical system upgrades, the Eflin plan, why we discussed the possible scenario of moving 5th grade from Eflin Cheeks over to Gravelly Hill Middle School to give us the ability to have more space available for students. We accelerated and moved forward the project for the new addition at Cedar Ridge High School. So that's certainly helping us now with the capacity issues at Orange High School. But yes, we are continuing our capital projects that were recommended and ensuring that we can do those the best we can with the space limitations. And what I will say is that the difficulties is we obviously want to minimize disruptions to students and families. And no, we do not want to spot reassign and move you again and have you. So yes, we absolutely are aware of that and understand that spot reassignment is a very limited in scope and the objective that it accomplishes, but it can also create more issues the longer it remains where you're constantly reassigning students. And we don't want that. We don't want that for our sake nor the families.
So I have one other clarity question. You had mentioned the community outreach and the discussions, and last time we had started this, the district came up with a plan and shared it on here is what we're doing. Should that be the next thing we expect is in the March time or before March, that plan would be shared?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, sir. Yes, certainly we have been wrapped up in some other projects and just, starting that one. But we want to also bring you this update and kind of make sure, again, we're aligned in our purpose and our why, because that has to be communicated and carried forward. And we know the board is supportive of the administration and doing this work and bringing forward the best plan that we can for the community. And so we will be taking this information forward from this evening and starting our community action items and our checklist of items that we need to accomplish to communicate.
So are there any board members concerned with moving forward with the redistricting plan?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, with that, board, we are at the end of our agenda. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. We'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.